Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently February 26th, Monday, February 26th. Jumping into things here. Overall, we have the indices are actually positive across the board, except the Russell 2000 in the pre-market just turned slightly negative. So small caps are still showing signs of potential distribution patterns in this range. The majority of sectors are red today across the board. You do have XLK, so technology, and XLF financials are positive on the session. The weakest sector today is XLC, communications, so the likes of Google and Meta are under some near-term pressure. Google specifically more, it is weighing in on the communication side. You do have Apple negative in the pre-market, NVDA positive, Microsoft positive, Tesla slightly positive. Bitcoin selling off here, but in terms of where it is over the weekend and futures, it is slightly positive on the open today, but definitely the spot price is under a little bit of pressure. Crypto stocks have seen a small rally. Right now, you do have the dollar down by 0.13, but the last 10 minutes you have seen the dollar uptick here on the 5-minute chart. So it is trying to make a little bit of a bullish move higher. Oil slightly green. You have yields slightly green across the board. The VIX is slightly red across the board, but it is moving up off of the lows. Right now, some high flyers. You have natural gas up 8.99% on the session, a monster move in nat gas. So that's certainly positive for the bulls, the UNG core longs that we've been discussing. We were discussing AR, EQT. Keep these names on watch, the likes of AR. It's only up about 1.5% in the pre-market here, but this one could actually rip. I mean, with nat gas up about 9% on the session, if it holds, we could actually see it push up into this vicinity, this 27 zone. So I'm going to look at some $27 calls and even just some common shares long on AR. All right, just scrolling through some things here. I'm going to look up the biggest movers. Just bear with me. Anybody in the chat looking at anything in particular? Just reading some headlines here. Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway, its conglomerate, had a big pop today. It's nearing a $1 trillion valuation. Monster valuation for the Buffett. We do have some data coming out at 10 a.m., some housing data that we have to be on watch for. I'm just going to flip back to the QQQ chart here. We'll keep the Dixie and the Qs up. Remember, the QQQ chart, 10-minute basis, right now we're slightly green, but you have this head and shoulders pattern that is forming. You need to break this neckline in order to trigger a bearish breakdown. So if you get below this neckline, call it 436.20. I think the market is a short. As long as you stay above that, we can potentially go long up into this next resistance around 439.16. There's another little trend line that I'm watching on the Qs. It's from this pivot. You know what? I'm actually going to draw it in with this channel tool because it's not a defined pivot trend line. It has some multi-pivot zones with this pivot, this pivot, this pivot, all through here. So you can see we're still at some really good technical resistance. Get above that, I think longs are favored. Stay below it, I think shorts are favored. So we're just let's wait for more data based on the Qs, how they open. I'm personally going to be waiting for more data. SMCI up 1.5, NVDA up 1, Apple slightly negative, AMD up 0.8. I know Micron was up on nice little gap up. I don't know if Micron had its earnings or if there's some sort of announcements, but Micron is gapping up. I have had a strong correlation observed that when Micron gaps up, it likely always gets faded. You can see the DXY sitting right on that EMA 113. That's where it bounced, and it's had this nice 10-20 going for 30 minutes of consecutive upside. I'm actually leaning slightly more bearish. We did see the futures down last night across the board, and now this morning we are opening slightly higher. I think we can probably follow the futures suit and maybe trend a little bit lower today, but we'll see. We'll just wait for the price action. Good morning, Ram. Thanks for joining. Good morning, everybody else. All right, we have about 7 minutes till the open here, guys. Just scrolling through some headlines, trying to see if there's anything else that we need to be aware of. Again, the only market moving data is at 10 a.m. That's the new home sales, I believe. Let me just double check that and verify. So yeah, new home sales at 10 a.m. So within the first half an hour, if they start pushing it up, it makes that data a little more likely that it's going to affect the market. But new home sales at 10. The building permits that came out this morning at 8:30 came in slightly better than consensus. So what that means, and I'm surprised that the dollar still sold off despite building permits coming in. So if the building permits came in slightly better than consensus, I'm expecting new home sales maybe to also come in slightly better with consensus, which could actually push the DXY up a little bit more. That would make a lot of sense. Just keep the 5-minute chart on. So if that new home sales push up the dollar, the markets will sell. At 11:30, we also have the 2-year and 6-month bill auction. So the short end of the curve could be affected today. Right now, let me just flip to my other screen. Right now, you do have the 2-year up slightly green, about 11 bips. 10-year up about 8 bips. 20 and 30-year flat. NVIDIA's pre-market high was all the way around the 801 level. just slightly under 801. It did have a dip all the way back down to about 793. So it's about an $8 range on NVIDIA right now. It's in the center point of its range, but that's a big, wild intraday pre-market swing. I think it's important to recognize that NVIDIA triggered that head and shoulders on Friday and sold off sharply. And now it looks to be retesting that little neckline zone. So perhaps a little bit more of a technical short if we push up. Nat gas has dipped just a little bit here. Nat gas has dipped just a little bit. Oil slightly negative. Trying to hold the 20-day moving average on oil. That moving average is sitting at around 76.10. 76.10. So that's a critical level that oil needs to hold today. If it loses that, we could retest about 75.50. It's another 60-cent drop. So I've just marked it on my chart. I'm looking for oil to hold and build a little bit of a base off of there. Right now it is slightly weak. Two minutes here till the open, guys. 2 minutes till the open. So far the Russell's opening negative. SPY's basically just slightly flat. Head and shoulders on watch for the Qs. Head and shoulders on the SPY. So let's just take it slow this morning. Let's get a little bit more data. Let's wait for either this downside pattern to trigger or potentially a reversal to the upside. So we're just going to wait on the Qs and see what transpires. All right, markets are open. Apple breaking down a little bit more. Qs still holding. Getting an alert on CCJ. Let's take a look at CCJ. All right, guys, I like a long on CCJ right at this $40 level. It's now piercing $39.95. So I'm going to pick up CCJ on the long side, guys. $39.95 just got filled. This is a day trade. CCJ. High risk, guys, high risk. I got filled at $39.95. That one just executed an alert. It is coming lower at the moment. Maybe wants to hit this gap. But we are long CCJ. Qs you can see are moving right back up. Big push on NVIDIA, big push on AMD. Nice move on CCJ, guys. Nice move on CCJ. Looks like it wants to fill the gap. This is still a potential right shoulder on the Qs. Huge push in Apple now. Tesla. AVGO. And semis. All right, guys, I'm going to grab a couple shares short on NVDA. Actually, it is breaking above this neckline, so I'm going to give it a little bit more room to run. I think I actually prefer... NVIDIA is just a beast right now. Amazon's ripping. Apple's moved up. SPY Q's still pushing up. All right, there's a little bit of a rejection coming into some of the semis now. Huge rejection on AMD. SMCI is up about 4% on the session. Tesla's still trying to hold firm. Google still making new lows on the session. You can see the Qs here weakening. Still holding the CCJ long. It's just a starter position. Basically, we would add to the position at 39.70. Basically, every 20 cents lower, we'll add to the position. AMD saw a pretty strong reversal. Google still selling off. Meta's tried firming up here. SPY still pushing. Tesla still pushing. All right, Apple's losing all of its gains here, guys. I like to short on the Qs now, guys. Short on the Qs. Right here at this 437.77 level. We're short the Qs. It's a 1/4 position. 1/4 position. Still long CCJ, short the Qs. So we got a little bit of a pairs trade. Shorting tech, long commodity, uranium. Tesla up 1.5, Mara up 5.5. Apple's slightly negative at the moment. NVIDIA is still ripping, coming in though. Google selling off. It's now down 2.2. Meta's down 0.38. Amazon's putting in a bearish reversal. Apple's gone negative. Microsoft almost negative. So right now the bright spots are semiconductors still. NVIDIA, AVGO. Oil's trying to make a nice bullish reversal off of that 20-day moving average. So that's a good sign for oil. SMCI is reversing from the highs. Small caps are trying to firm up. Apple continuing to see some weakness. Same thing with Amazon. Amazon just went negative. So more weakness starting to creep in, guys. More weakness is starting to creep into the picture here. The VIX is making new lows here. UVXY. We're still long the CCJ. And we're short the Qs. In the money on both positions at the moment. But looking for more. NVIDIA is trying to get above pre-market high. Right now it's practically at pre-market high. It's actually slightly above it. Oil still ripping, guys. Oil is still ripping higher here. Look at CCJ go, guys. Up nicely on that trade. Let's look at rig because oil is getting a nice potential reversal here. That's trying to come in. It actually was negative in the pre-market, turned positive now. Let's look back to CCJ. Come on, CCJ, get your butt up there. Big move in Tesla. Tesla's holding firm. You're actually probably seeing some capital rotate out of Apple, Microsoft, Google, probably into Tesla. Guys, SMCI, nasty, nasty reversal on SMCI. Nasty, nasty reversal. Look at that. It just turned negative. So it was up about 5% and it's just turned negative, guys. So how about some mittens on your cat paws? It's pretty funny, Ryan. All right, CCJ coming down. We may need to add to that position. Right now, we just have a 1/4 position down about 7 cents on the trade. We are slightly, just basically flat on the Qs. Again, next add level is basically at this 39.70 and 39.45 and 39.20. All right, so we still have Apple selling off at the lows of the session. Qs are still positive. SPY's green, Russell green, dollar flat. VIX negative. Yields are slightly green. Meta's trying to push green. Oil's still negative. Netflix up 0.5%. Tesla's still strong. Apple's still weak. Qs are still seeing some more sell side pressure. Had the Russell make a nice move up. It was red. Apple's down 0.5%. So, all right, so now we've had AMD go completely negative. It was trading all the way up at 180. Now it's gone completely negative. Still long CCJ, short the Qs. Basically, the Qs are just stuck in a distribution range at the moment. No real big movers that I'm watching other than the CLSK. That's up nicely. Big push on CCJ, guys. We are still long and strong. We're still long and strong on CCJ. Look at the 1 minute QQQ chart. AMD gone negative, SMCI negative, NVDA still holding up. Microsoft appears to want to go negative as well. Tesla's still trying to rip higher. Google's still coming down. Big push on CCJ, guys. We are nicely in the money on that trade. We're still waiting for the Qs to really make a direction. We're still just stuck in this little bit of an intraday range. Head and shoulders still on watch. You're really just trading above the neckline at the moment. CCJ is still trying to push up for us, so we are still holding CCJ long, getting a nice reversal off of that zone. Bitcoin trying to test 51.5, still coming in strong. SMCI is now flipped negative. That's trading below 850 now. SMCI, should we do a high risk lotto play, guys? High risk lotto play on SMCI. I quite like it. Let's take a 734, or we'll do a 7. Let's do a 740 put on SMCI, 0 DTE. 740 put, 0 DTE on SMCI. 740 put, 0 DTE. This is high risk, super, super high risk. Probably won't even make it to 740, but if it does, that's a banger of a trade. You know, size it for loss. But a 740 put on SMCI. Let's take a look at it. Still holding Qs short and CCJ long. This is a nasty bearish reversal on SMCI. I got filled right at the 847 level. And we're looking for a move down. One of the reasons I chose that is because we have this massive gap fill zone all the way up here. Around 732. 740 puts us right into this zone. So let's see if we can get a move on SMCI down to that zone. So I'll watch it on my other screen. We'll keep the QQQ indice up because that is appearing to lose this channel that we were discussing. Remember, we were discussing this channel. We said, let's wait for that initial pop-up. We still have 10 a.m. data in 15 minutes. The Qs and SPY and Russell are all still green, but NVIDIA's now turned negative, Apple negative, Google negative, Meta negative, AMD negative. So you are seeing a lot more weakness creep into the semis. Take a look at our CCJ, guys. As the market is falling, that's going up. So a nice relative strength play that we are in, guys. A nice relative strength play. So let's continue to ride these positions. Still waiting on CCJ to push a little bit higher. The Qs are on watch for potential head and shoulders. The Russell actually looks structurally bullish today. It actually looks like it can push all the way up to 201.60. If it gets through that, then you have 202.25. So small caps, you know, you might have a pairs trade there, long small caps, short tech. That seems to be working out at the moment. Bitcoin pumping up. Dixie still negative, yield still slightly green. The VIX is trying to get a small uptick here. The UVXY trading indice. All right, guys, this is working out nicely. We're up now 21 cents on this Cameco CCJ position. And Qs were in the money nicely, almost a whole dollar on the Qs. So things are shaping up quite well at the moment for us. Q's still coming in, still riding those SMCI lotto puts. Again, Apple negative, Microsoft negative, AMD negative, SMCI negative, Tesla 2.6 holding strong. You have the Qs that just flipped negative, SPY still slightly green, Russell still green. NVIDIA just flipped negative as well. So now we have the leading mega caps, Microsoft, Apple, and negative, all red. And then you throw in Google into the mix, red. Amazon into the mix. You have the top 5 companies red. Tesla diverging from the market. It's showing signs of strength. All right, guys, our SMCI, or sorry, our Cameco. I just sold my Cameco position at 40.24 for a lovely gain. I just exited CCJ for a nice gain. Boom. That is a beautiful, beautiful trade. Could it go higher? It is. It is going higher. We took 29 cents per share off of that. Still riding our QQQ position short and SMCI. Take a look at SMCI. Line. The real important one is this one now that we're about to test. So this is actually a cover zone. We likely get a bounce here. So I'm looking at a potential cover. And then we can re-short it once we clear and break that neckline. So I just covered our QQQ trade there at 436.50. 436.50. I am out of that short. Still holding SMCI, so that's a lovely trade. Another $1.35 per share, guys. Excellent job if you took that with us. That's 2 for 2 this morning. That is 2 for 2. Now we wait for SMCI puts. I'll keep the Qs on watch here. We'll keep the QQQ on watch. We are getting a bounce. I like to re-short. I mean, you can even play with put options. But excellent job again. Check out my tradingcapital.ca Discord for all the member services. I run a swing trading and day trading service. This is a free live stream that I conduct just to show you how I'm trading, try to help educate, try to find some alpha opportunities. And we're already 2 for 2 on this Monday session. I am seeing the Dixie also trying to push higher here, guys. So now we have the Dixie creating a 5-minute bull flag pattern. You've tested this EMA 113 once. You're going to get through this. Once that Dixie breaks out too, I mean, that's it could be very, very powerful. All right, guys, I'm re-shorting the Qs if we get to 437. We actually just tagged it there. I missed it. Oh, I missed the tap of that. Maybe we retest the EMA 113. That's the next resistance. But a lot of heavy selling in tech, guys. Tech is still continuing to sell across the board. Oil's moved up. Oil's now flipped green on the session. Carvana up another 5%. Oh, we almost hit that EMA 113 on the Qs. Almost. Look at CCJ, guys. Whoever is holding CCJ long, congratulations. Look at that stellar move. I sold a little bit early, but wow, what a powerful, powerful move. And why we went long CCJ, guys? We've been selling off quite substantially, right? But let me just pull up my other chart here. I have it on my daily chart. Just want to see something here. So your low from December period. But really, if you look at CCJ, November, if we throw in a fib retrace all the way from this low, pull it up to your high, look what we just came into. When you sell off from an all-time high and you come into the 382 fib zone, that's why we went long. This fib zone, along with this pivot low here and this impulse gap up. So that's what we hit. That's simply one of the reasons we went long CCJ. And I had an alert there. I didn't even go over this in the pre-market, but I had an alert from previous entries and we hit that level. Boom. Beautiful day trade setup. Beautiful day trade. All right, Dixie bull flag is trying to break out here. That's going to apply a lot more pressure to the overall indices. You know, expect the Russell to even sell off. If the Dixie turns positive today, it's going to affect a lot of things. It's going to push up the VIX. AMD is selling off sharply here, guys. AMD is selling off sharply. Again, SMCI is negative. NVDA is slightly green, but it did dip negative there initially. Let's see if there's any high-flying momentum trades. I'm not really seeing. Oh, we do have that HOLO. HOLO. That's up about, what is it, 70%, 80% off of a gap up. Still super, super depressed from its levels. Getting rejected at the EMA 113 at the moment. This one does have some momentum behind it today off of the gap up. But gap ups in these names are very tough to play. Very, very tough to play. So we'll just keep our eye on the DXY. DXY still hasn't officially broken out, trying to get above this EMA 113. Notice how every time it gets rejected, Qs are trying to push back up. So that inverse relationship between the Qs and the dollar is still showing unbelievable correlations. Right now we have communications negative, materials negative, Dow Jones Transport's negative, energy positive, financials positive, industrials positive, tech positive, staples negative, real estate flat, utilities underperforming the market. The worst performing sector is utilities today, down over 1%. And XLV healthcare slightly green, XLY up 0.53%. Some of the biggest market movers: Domino Pizza up 8.58%. Shout out to Narish if you're in the screen. DPZ is ripping. Palo Alto up 5.4. Micron up 3.9, Tesla up 2.24, Salesforce, General Motors, Valero, Marathon, Booking Holdings all outperforming. On the weak side, Newmont Corporation, NEM, down 3.3, so GDX likely being affected. Moderna, down 2.9. Google, Insulet, Freeport, Airbnb, Dominion, PPG, AES, all down on the session. Dixie still trying to move higher here across the board. The DXY is still trying to move. All right, guys, I just shorted the Qs at 437.08. 437.08. This is just a starter position again. 437.08. So we took profits on the first position, and now we're back in on the short side again. Qs are slightly green on the session. Mara up a whopping 9.7. CLSK, that one's been a momentum trade, up another 13.4. Intel's gone negative after being up in the pre-market. NVIDIA's had a nice bounce back up, retesting pre-market low. Bull flag on the Dixie, still wanting to break out. Disney's strong today. SPY starting to weaken just a little bit. Remember, 5 minutes, we have the new home sales, guys, so that could spike the dollar or it could drop the dollar. Very influential for the dollar and yields, since the housing market is such a large percentage of the overall U.S. economy. It's extremely important that markets pay close attention to the new home sales data. As of now, going into it, Qs are slightly negative, or actually flat. SPY green, Russell outperforming. I do have a short level on the Russell that's above 201.60. Above 201.60. So we're almost there, but not quite. Q still coming in. Amazon reversing. Still riding SMCI puts and a QQQ short. As we fall, I'm going to put, just in case we spike off of the data, as we get like 1 minute out from the 10 o'clock time frame, it's 9:56 at the moment. I'm going to put a break-even stop loss on this QQQ short, just a break-even stop loss. If the technical price action suggests anything, maybe someone's expecting the dollar to bounce. You are creating bullish consolidation off of that EMA 113. The dollar's had a really big consolidation pattern, and it does look poised to go higher. Amazon selling off even more now. It was one of the stronger mega caps. Tesla's still holding firm. All right, the Russell's coming up into a massive gap fill. Massive gap fill. Let it pierce that gap. Disney's starting to push up some more. Two minutes till data, guys. 2 minutes till data. Hey, man, good to see you on. I've got an AMD put for 150 end of the week. Did it just break a neckline on the 10-minute? Let's take a look. Just going to erase all my AMD lines here. Yeah, you know, it's... Okay, so you're right. It has broken a key trend line. That's probably the trend line you're looking at, but this isn't a head and shoulders pattern because you don't have a right shoulder or a left shoulder. You have a head, you have a right shoulder, but there's no left shoulder. You know, maybe, I guess you could maybe use this as your right shoulder, but that's a little steep, that neckline. I don't like it when it's so steep. So if you were to use this as your left shoulder, that's a little steep. But I mean, it is breaking a key trend line. So really, if you break this trend line, this zone right here, and guys, it's 1 minute till data, so I'm going to move a break-even stop loss on the Qs. 1 minute till data, break-even stop loss on the Qs. But if you break this little range here on AMD, you know, you do have a chance to go all the way down to gap fill. All right, I'm going to put the dollar back on. So I think that trade's okay. I think 150 puts is by the end of the week. That it could happen for sure. It could happen. You know, maybe it doesn't get to 150 exactly. But, you know, even if you're taking them up here, even if you get to 165, 160, 155, that would still be a pretty good trade. All right, guys, new home sales coming out in T minus about 2 seconds here. Nice move down on the Qs, guys. Good move down. So far, the dollar hasn't even really responded. I'm actually going to try to find that data just to see what transpired. So new home sales came in worse than expected. Consensus was 680. Actual price was 661. So the dollar's actually trying to move up off of that. Interesting. Very, very intriguing. The fact that the dollar is still trying to move up off of a weaker number. Yeah, no worries, Mike. No worries. Yeah, the biggest thing with options, you know, time. Time can be your best friend or your worst enemy. And when it's your worst enemy, it's never a good position to be in. All right, guys, we're still riding this QQQ short with a break-even stop. Still riding SMCI puts, 0 DTE. That's a kind of a lotto play. Expecting semis to roll over a little bit more. Oil, again, has flipped green. It's trying to rally here, up 0.5% on the session. Nat gas is taking a little bit of a breather, but still up 7.5%. Highest volume stocks today, Tesla, Mera, Palantir, Ford, seeing some good volume, AMD. Qs are trying to get a little bit of a push here. Apple's trying to bounce, Meta's still curling down, Amazon curling down, NVDA curling down. NVIDIA's under pre-market low, so that becomes a technical short. Even though it's slightly green on the session, NVIDIA under pre-market low is bearish in terms of today's price action. You know, it hit a high all the way at 806, down to about 785. That's a 20-point range on a $1.5 trillion company, or what is the market cap now? 1.7, 1.6, crazy amounts. So Qs are trying to push up. Dollar's still just consolidating. Let's take a look at some of the biggest movers. Domino's Pizza, nice gap up on earnings. Huge technical breakout on DPZ. Again, if you've been watching our streams, we did discuss this one. One of the viewers, Naresh, brought this to our targets, so thank Naresh later. DPZ, nice big move. Pan W, catching a nice bid off of that big gap down, earnings gap down. Let's look at Micron. Actually, I did have a fade level on Micron. Again, this one typically does get faded as a tie. Oh, look at that. It almost hit my identical level. And that's just this channel of resistance. Let's look at Illumina. ILMN. That one's had a nice move, just putting in consolidation on the daily chart. Let's look at FIS. Guys, the Dixie is breaking its flag pattern, so look for more weakness in this market. Look for more weakness in this market. The Dixie is breaking. Microsoft coming in more. FIS, nice technical breakout on the daily chart. Let's look at ALB. So lithium stocks, Albemarle Marley. Actually, this one is a nice pattern on ALB. Take a look at this little inverse head and shoulders. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. You break this little neckline zone here, and it's kind of off to the races. You can argue to say it's challenging the zone. And this is nice because you have had a huge sell-off in these lithium stocks. And very, very technically oversold. RSI trying to move up on us. This one's super interesting. I mean, this one could, earnings is out of the way, positive reaction. This one could head higher. Very intriguing. Keep that one on watch, guys. All right, QQQ. It just hit our stop. Q just hit our stop there. Break even on the trade. What's interesting is the Qs have pushed up simultaneously while the dollar is also pushing up. So the dollar did get that little bit of a range break to the upside, and the indices are also pushing. Very interesting. All right, guys, I'm shorting the Qs here again. 437.28. 437.28. Starter position. It's just a starter position on the Qs. Apple's had a nice bounce, but it's looking still weak on the session. Potential bear flag wanting to break down on Apple. Tesla's still strong. It's trying to push up. So again, we re-shorted the Qs after it triggered our stop loss, and now we're back in it just a little bit higher with already in the money on that trade. Again, guys, definitely check out my tradingcapital.ca service. I run a swing trading and day trading service. Tesla new high of day. What's interesting is Amazon's completely lagging Tesla at the moment. NVDA starting to push. Microsoft starting to push. Dollar's still pushing, guys. The dollar's almost to the green side here. I'm going to take a... So now you have the S&P, the weakest indice. I'm going to take a... Very interesting. I'm going to take a put option on this S&P 500, guys. I'm going to take a 507 0 DTE put. 507 0 DTE put on the S&P. Size that for loss. But 507 put. It's very surprising that the markets haven't reacted to this dollar trying to scream higher here. Very surprised. So we've already closed 2 for 2 trades today. We have a short on the Qs, which are flat, and we have a SPY put and an SMCI put. NVIDIA's back to the green. You still have AMD, Microsoft, Apple, and SMCI negative. Tesla up a whopping 3.5%, diverging from the whole market, outperforming everything across the board. Tesla's wanting to charge for its gap fill. There is a technical resistance on Tesla. It's probably an interesting short zone. A little bit of a high risk zone, but it's got a whole factor number there, trading around 200. Near 200 is a gap fill, 199.92. So that could be a little bit of a short trade on Tesla. Keep that level on watch at that gap fill. Dollar's still surging here. The dollar's only down 0.8%, so it is starting to firm up. Gold negative, silver down substantially. So right now you have yields positive, dollar trying to regain its positive footing. Small caps are selling off pretty hard now, maybe sensing the dollar strength coming into play. You know, you can always have small caps. You can always have mega cap tech diverge for a lot longer than small caps, just due to the fact that they see a lot more liquidity flowing through the major indices, as well as they have bigger moats, less sensitive to the yields and the dollar environment. Their multiples don't change as fast. Oil still ripping. Again, you have a few sectors red, but majority of them are green at the moment. So it's a mixed bag of tricks today. Mixed bag of tricks. Utilities still down 1.23%. Silver down 1.7%. Gold down 0.4%. GDX under pressure. Still just stuck in a range, right? We really haven't made a big directional move in the indices. The Qs are still stuck in this range. You know, this head and shoulders is still in a distribution phase, which makes me think it's going to trigger today. We keep just trading in a sideways choppy range, getting new longs in, getting shorts to cover as we go up, and then I think we make a bigger directional move down at some point. What I found interesting is that the indices again had that initial sell-off while the dollar was near the lows. And now you've seen the indices push up and the dollar actually break out of this little bit of a consolidation range. And as the dollars moved up, the indices moved up. So I think that we will see the indices sell off a little bit more. We just have to be patient. But there's the dollar selling off, which will help the indices. NVIDIA coming in some more. NVIDIA trying to recapture the pre-market low. It's trading right on that pre-market low level. It is pushing up as the moment. Apple curling. All right, Tesla's into its gap fill. I'm interested in a short trade. It's a high-risk trade. Aggressive traders can take this level. More conservative traders would wait for the 203 level. But Tesla's definitely a little extended here. Let's just pull up that TSLA chart. Let's see if we can get a short scalp off. It has moved up right into this gap fill zone that we're eyeing up. Let it pierce that zone. Since there's a lot of traders waiting there, you know, there's even probably a better level here. But in and around this range, let's see if we can get a short scalp on Tesla. Go to the 1 minute chart. Did it fill the gap? It didn't fill the gap, technically speaking. So we should have one more push on Tesla into that zone. I want that gap to be filled. So let's wait. Let's see if we can pierce that zone a little bit above 200, and then we can execute a short trade, guys. You can see that we might miss it. There's a chance we might miss it. Come on, Tesla. Don't tease us like that. All right, that's the scalp pretty much done. I would only have to wait till 201.47 now to play the short side on Tesla. That's the scalp done. Unfortunately, it just missed the gap fill by a few pennies there. That's just the way she goes. Sometimes we still have a QQQ short and SPY puts. SPY's actually also coming down now. Notice the difference in the SPY. Take a look at this. So SPY, again, also has a very, very choppy pattern. You break this little neckline. I think we're going to come down and test it at the very minimum. But I think that we could even break that and pierce that zone. I'm seeing volatility now starting to increase. The VIX yields are still climbing. Again, if that dollar goes positive today, that will not be a good sign for the markets. Remember, the dollar was positive all night last night in the futures. It was positive all night. So I think we have a strong chance of regaining this little bit of a technical breakdown that happened really at this 10 p.m. time frame. It started breaking down, and then it just went negative. Did you notice Pan W? It's a rocket. I did. Yeah, it's one of the big movers of the session, up about 5.96% today, seeing heavy volume. You know, that's a household name. Big bearish gap down off of its earnings. A lot of people love that stock, so they're just piling into it because it's been slightly discounted. Bitcoin back above 52,000. Super impressive for Bitcoin. Really impressive. I find that very interesting that it's performing so well here. Let's take a look at this Coinbase stock, COIN, because Mare is absolutely ripping and flying. Wow, what a move. Bitcoin is into some technical resistance here at 52,000 whole number. It is. All right, guys, I'm going to short coin here, 180.59, 180.59. It's a starter position. $180.59. I'll add to it at 181.59, so a dollar higher. SPY coming in, the Russell coming in. All right, so we're only going to do 3 ads on coin just because Bitcoin is squeezing. So we're going to keep the position a little bit lighter than usual. Usually I do 4 entries, but we're just going to do 3 here at 181.59 and 182.59. So we just got filled there. Brings our average up to 181.12. Next and final ad is going to be at this 182.59 zone. Bitcoin's still charging higher here. Bitcoin is still charging. Qs are now trying to push up. So bounce in Meta, bounce in Amazon, bounce in NVDA, and then Tesla seeing distribution, Apple's seeing a potential bear flag, Microsoft catching a little bit of a bid off of the 10-minute EMA 113. VIX is spiking here, guys. The UVXY is catching a bid. So that's actually spiking up. Still just chopping in this range on the Qs. Still seeing distribution in this range. What's interesting is SPY was the strongest index at the open. Then the Russell overtook its spot. SPY is actually now the weakest. So that's showing that the majority of the S&P 500 stocks are actually underperforming today, which is certainly interesting. Bitcoin's still strong, trying to push up. It's now trading at 52.2. You've basically had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 10-minute green candles in a row on Bitcoin. 8 10-minute green candles in a row. You should see a little bit of a pop or a little bit of a pullback. Tesla coming in. Get ready to add to coin again. Still riding coin. Russell's weakened, so now you've had the Qs. The Qs are starting to firm up here, so the mega cap tech is trying to push up. You will add to our short position on the Qs right in this vicinity, this 438 zone. All right, guys, I just added to coin there, 182.60. That brings us up to 181.61. Bitcoin's still squeezing here. Monster move in coin, though. It's a monster move. It's now approaching 10:30, so the volume is going to start to lighten up here. Just a little bit. Still have Google weak on the session. Bitcoin still charging higher here. But what an extension move on coin. Really big move on coin. Apple still looks weak. Microsoft flipped back to the green side. Google's still weak on the session. So Qs have definitely firmed up. SPY's lagging. Dollar's seeing a little bit of resistance at this 103.85 zone. So the dollar is seeing some resistance. First little pullback we've seen in coin. Bitcoin still really hasn't pulled back yet. QQQ is coming up into that 438 zone, guys, 438. So get ready to add our second entry on the QQQ short position. Mara plus 16%. Yeah, it's had a whopping move, right? So it's a good thing on Friday we covered our crypto position, our short position on coin. Because look at the move on coin today. It's up 10%. So we banked 14% on Friday, and now it's up 10%. So it just shows you how fast things can change in this market. So I remember we're shorting coin all the way at 189.25. We wrote it down to about that 161 level. And it's had a monster move today. But yeah, Mara's ripping. And you look at some of the other crypto stocks like ETH. Ethereum had a big 2-day surge breakout. Some other names as well. So you're getting a little bit more participation in the altcoins, which is actually very healthy for crypto. You like to see that broad market participation. And that's really because the dollar took a pullback, right? The dollar was trying to put in a bull flag pattern. It was trading all the way at almost at 105 on the daily chart session, and then it weakened quite substantially. So we're just holding coin, QQQ short. Still waiting for a pullback in Bitcoin. Google's still weak on the session. It really hasn't caught any sort of a bid. It's just putting in a little bit of a bear flag as it appears. Oh, the Q's just missed our ad zone, guys. Look at that, by 2 pennies. By 2 pennies, we missed it. It may come up again, but I want to now get it at the top of the channel, so I would basically adjust it to about 438.04. But that's just how it goes sometimes, right? That resistance zone is working out nicely on the Qs. Still in a distributive range here, guys. We really haven't broken out of the Friday high, but we really haven't broken the Friday low. So you're still in a choppy range here. Coinbase now coming in. We are in the money on that trade. So Coinbase is coming in now. Still have a SPY put that I'm riding, a 507 0DT put. Slightly up on that position, slightly down on the Q short, and basically flat on the SMCI put. Oil's continuing to charge and consolidate bullishly on the 10-minute chart, so that looks like it wants to have a continuation move higher in oil. NVDA trying to retest pre-market high. Just unbelievable, relentless strength in NVIDIA. You know, it seems that when the market's negative, NVIDIA is always positive. So still resiliency in the semiconductor space. All right, Qs I just added there at 438.07, guys, 438.07. So we were patient. We let it pierce. We moved it a little bit higher. Brings our average up to 437.63. 437.63. So the Qs are trying a little bit of a breakout here. Hasn't broken out yet, but the dollar has faded quite substantially, which is why the Qs are trying a little bit of a breakout at this zone. Take a look at the DXY. That's had a nice pullback, which has given the dollar, which has given the indices a lot of life. SPY is still lagging. Russell's trying to perform here. Let's look at Coinbase again. Bitcoin's still strong. Hasn't had a pullback. Still, you have 8 consecutive 10-minute green candles in a row. That's an overbought intraday extension move. You're trading at a whopping 85.4 RSI on the 10-minute chart. This should see a pullback to about 51.9. That should give coin a nice little bit of a pullback as well. Meta curling down, Microsoft trying to curl down, NVIDIA retesting pre-market high, that's curling up. Amazon curling up. Nice rejection on the Qs off of that 438 zone. We are still in that distributive range. Dollar's trying to firm up here. SPY still lagging. Coin, we're basically flat. I am seeing Microsoft breaking down a little bit here. Google selling. Bear flag on Apple. Again, oil's continuing to push higher. That's a little bit of a headwind for the market as well. When energy is strong, markets typically don't like that. So if we have the backdrop, if the dollar turns green today and you have oil turn green or oil hold its green gains, that's not a healthy thing for the market. That's actually a headwind as opposed to tailwinds. All right, so we're seeing the SPY starting to break down. SPY actually just went negative, slightly negative on the session. So S&P 500 stocks are now lagging the market, whereas tech is still moving higher. Bitcoin's now on its ninth consecutive 10-minute green candle. The RSI just keeps getting super, super extended. What I'm noticing here is you have a divergence. You have coin stalling out and Bitcoin still trying to push up. So that's telling me that sellers are keeping price action in coin at bay for now. You could be consolidating bullishly. It's still really too early, but I still favor a pullback in Bitcoin at some point here. QQQ's coming in, so we're now basically up on our short trade, still in the money on our S&P 500 put, but I want to see that go to 507 to truly get in the money. Yields have been quietly moving up all day, so the 2-year up 0.5%, 10-year up 0.7, 20-year, 30-year up 0.6. So the long end of the curve is starting to slowly outperform the short end. Still have not seen that yield curve inversion really uninvert yet. I think once that happens, if you don't know what historically happens to equities and bonds, once that uninverts, you should probably look into it or find someone that does know. But the yield curve has been inverted for quite a long time. Historically, the longer the yield curve stays uninverted, the more damage that is happening under the hood. You should not have a scenario where short end of the curve, so short end bonds, yield a higher return than long end bonds. Does that make sense to you? Why would someone lock up their money for a longer duration of time and get less of a yield versus locking up for a shorter duration and getting a higher yield? So that's the broken part of the yield curve right now. Short end of the curve is paying higher yields. All right, we're seeing coin move up. Bitcoin's seeing a blow-off move. It's now trying to test 53,000. Whoa. Look at Bitcoin go. What a stellar move on Bitcoin. Look at this thing go. Insanely parabolic. Insane. Monster move trying to recapture the highs. We may have a trade on Bitcoin here, BITI as well. I like a short trade on BITI. Keep your BITI window open, guys. That's a short on Bitcoin. It's an ETF that we can short Bitcoin at. Basically, 1026 is your double bottom. 1025 is your double bottom. Getting super oversold. Bitcoin should have a little bit of a pullback here at some point in time. Indices are still trying to hold firm. Coin's still moving up. But look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 consecutive candles. It's quite astonishing. Quite astonishing. Qs are also trying to move up. One of the reasons Bitcoin and the Qs are moving up is because the dollar's weakening here. DXY is weakening. Guys, I'm close to pulling a short trade on Bitcoin. I'm very close. So I'm going to go long the BITI ETF. All right, I just went long at 1032. 1032 BITI long. BITI long. BITI. Starter position, guys. Starter position. So size your risk accordingly. 1032. And basically I will add to the position at double bottom 1025. But a big move in Bitcoin. So again, this BITI we're long at 1032 starter position. And I'll add basically every 1025, 1017, and 1010. So 1025, 1017, and 1010. If need be. If need be. Again, BITI is basically a short on Bitcoin. And we'll pull up Bitcoin chart just so we can see it. What a powerhouse move. Even on the 5-minute chart, take a look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 5-minute consecutive green candles. Now trading at a 94 RSI. That's a stellar move. All right, so now you have the Qs again trying to get a breakout of this range. It's really trying to negate this potential bearish pattern that was developing. Still at technical resistance. Haven't broken out of Friday's high yet. So that will be your next major resistance zone. But Qs are certainly trying here. You've had Apple, Microsoft trying to firm up. All right, guys, I just added to my Coinbase at 186.34. 186.34. I did add to my coin short again. That's a final entry, so I decided to go 4-4. 186.34. Basically brings our average up nicely to this 183.52 zone. 183.52. Look at Bitcoin, guys. BTC USDT. Nice little down candle, so that's helping our BITI. We are getting a nice little bit on BITI at the moment. But we need Bitcoin to really sell off a little bit more, so we're basically in the green now on BITI. But let's just keep this Bitcoin chart on. Let's see how much we can actually retrace. You know, you'll have your support range, your previous support range pivots over here. So let's see if we mean revert back to this range. You can have some support pivots here. Coinbase also coming in now. I am going to hop off the stream around 11, so I'll stay with you guys for another 20 minutes as we progress through this market. But I will be hopping off of the stream. I'll keep the stream running, but I will be silent on the mic. QQQ, we're basically now back in the green on our position. So you can see that double top off of a lower high. Same resistance got rejected. This likely means since we tried twice breaking out of this resistance, if you lose the EMA 113, we're going to come back down to the low of day. We are going to come back down to the low of day. Oil's still holding near the highs. Nat gas is pulled off a little bit. Still have the VIX trying to move up, slightly green. NVIDIA is seeing some more sell side pressure. At the moment, SMCI still negative, AMD still negative, Microsoft still negative, Apple still negative. Bitcoin trying to move right back up to the highs. Look at that. A little bit of a doji candle. Still in the 10-minute chart. You've really not had a pullback yet in the 10-minute chart. Again, guys, definitely check out my tradingcapital.ca where I run my Discord, swing trading, and day trading service. A lot of interesting price action is set to unfold here. Now that we've had the majority of the QQQ earnings, S&P 500 earnings, there's still a few more trickling through, but we've had the majority. So this is now where the market can start to gain its price discovery mode again. We do have a couple more data sets coming out around the, 2 o'clock time frame. I think we have the 11:30. We have the 2-year note auction and the 6-month bill auction. So the short end of the curve right now is underperforming the long end, which is kind of interesting. Google still weak on the session, down 2.78. Meta slightly negative. Apple down 0.5%. Microsoft down 0.13. Amazon up 0.35. Tesla up a whopping 3.5%. I'm just a little frustrated that we missed that Tesla short at that gap fill. Came super, super close to filling it, and it got rejected. It actually sold off for about a $3 move. All right, Qs are trying to make another attempt at this same little neckline zone, guys. Same little neckline. Let's see if it breaks through or if it gets rejected. SPY just looks like it's curling down. Qs look like they're curling up. SPY looks like it's curling down. So right now you have a fight between the two indices. You have a big fight between tech and the majority of the S&P 500. You actually have a lot more sectors turning red. Healthcare was green, it turned red. Financials were green, they turned red. So right now you only have energy, industrials, and XLK and XLY green on the session. The majority of the other sectors are red, which is why you're seeing the Qs trying to push up. But then when you look at the counterparty, the SPY is actually curling down. So which indice is going to win today? That's what the big question is. Big question remains. Which indice is going to carry this market? Again, Q's trying to push up above the EMA 113. SPY trying to push down. Big divergence between the two indices. Way below the EMA 113, and the Qs are way above. Typically, the Qs lead. You want to respect the power and the weighting of tech. We are seeing coin now starting to come in, Bitcoin as well. Seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. We're basically now flat on our coin position. Just 1 second, I'm getting a phone call, guys. Mic check, mic check. Sorry, guys, my mic, my cat messed around with my mic again. Thank you for checking in on me there, Mike. You always seem to save me when my mic goes down. But basically, yeah, Bitcoin, the next resistance is 53,000. It's 52-week high. So it is trying to move up. I'm still holding a short on coin, a short on the Qs, a SPY put on SMCI. And Coinbase, we're in the money. BITI, get ready to add, guys. Get ready to add to our BITI. 1025 is the next add level. It should hit there momentarily because Bitcoin is trying to push up. Bitcoin's had a monster move to the high side. But 50. So the big relative weakness in the SPY, strength in the Qs, huge divergence is being observed. All right, guys, I just added to my BITI at 1027, just to get another exposure. That brings us down to 1029 average. So it's a half position. Next add levels all the way down here, 1017 and 1010. But look at Bitcoin go. Now you have the Qs breaking down, guys. You have the Qs breaking down. Bitcoin is into this resistance. So notice these two little resistance pivots, this high pivot and then this one. So a lot of resistance here on Bitcoin. Qs are faltering just a little bit. We're up on our coin trade. Still seeing Apple curl down, Google making new lows, Meta curling down, Amazon curling down, NVDA is still holding firm. Semis are trying to get a little bit of a push up. All right, so what's interesting now, guys, you look at the SPY 10-minute chart. SPY is getting a big candle breakdown here. So we're actually trying to test the breakdown of this head and shoulders pattern. If I actually draw that neckline there, we're potentially breaking down here, guys. So our 507 puts on the SPY are almost in the money. And we could see a nice flush on the SPY all the way down to about 504. That could happen today. That's not an outlandish move. That could actually happen today. So target off of this head and shoulders breakdown, which we're actually getting a 10-minute close in the next 1 minute. We'll know. It's a little bit of a bearish breakdown. SPY is negative on the trading session. So the SPY is negative. SPY, they're saving the S&P here. Let's flip back to Bitcoin quickly. And then we can also check out our Coinbase. Let's see coin. So notice how Bitcoin's making a new intraday highs and coin's just still stuck in a range. So this is telling me that price action is getting exhausted in the crypto space and the speculative money is starting to unwind or at least trim and take profits. I still think Bitcoin could make one final move into this 53,000 zone today, but it's getting very extended. I mean, look at this. Your RSI is now trading at 89 on the 10-minute chart, 92.50 on the 5-minute chart. That's a stellar move. Qs are coming down. SPY still triggering that head and shoulders, guys. Dollar's trying to firm up. What trading view indicator are you using for RSI? Just your basic RSI. I think it's literally just called RSI. I'll pull it up here. RSI, Relative Strength Index. Just your standard basic one. I don't like to get into too fancy indicators. You know, for me, it's just RSI, moving averages, trend lines, and volume. Support resistance, trend lines, RSI, moving averages. And then some fundamentals like PE, price to sales. All right, so Bitcoin did have another little move there, trying to push up. We're seeing Apple making a new low of day, or at least testing the low. Sorry, it did not make a new low yet, but it's testing the low of day. I think it's following suit. So just to summarize things, guys, the SPY is lagging the market. Lagging the market here. It is negative. Qs are the next indice, up 0.22%. The small caps are outperforming. Tesla's also outperforming. Google's underperforming. Apple's underperforming. Bitcoin's outperforming here, making new highs, pushing up. Coinbase still hasn't made new highs though. So next add levels on BITI, we still have two more entries at 1017 and 1010. If the 1010 entry hits, Bitcoin's probably pushing all the way up to, let me just isolate down this move. It probably pushes all the way up to about 54,000, which I think is unlikely today. Could it go up there in the next couple weeks? Maybe, but I think it's unlikely today. I think we've actually had, Apple just made a new low of day, by the way, guys. So now you have the second largest company in the world having a nice technical breakdown here. That's a beautiful breakdown on Apple. Nice bear flag. Boom. You know, this downside target is basically tells us that the S&P 500 head and shoulders that's playing out is probably going to happen based off of what, just simply what Apple's doing alone. If you get the same sort of bear flag pattern to play out in Microsoft here, which you can see that it's structurally very similar to Apple, big move down, bounce, bear flag consolidation. If you get that same breakdown in Microsoft, the Qs and the SPY are definitely in trouble. Now, Apple is interesting because there is some support for a day trade coming up. Let me just take a look here. So believe it or not, Apple support really comes into play right at this trend line. So call it around 180, 180.80. There will be some support there on Apple. Let's just mark these pivot zones here. And then you will have a little bit of support in and around this range. So this is where you had initial buyers stepping in. Aggressive traders can play the high of this range. Conservatives can play the low end of the range. Wow, Bitcoin, look at it go. It's still charging and chugging. Going for a new 52-week high. Will Bitcoin do it? Time will tell. Again, we're still seeing Bitcoin making new highs, but coin is lagging. So more distribution occurring in coin. That S&P 500, let's see if we got that 10-minute breakdown candle. So you did get a 5-minute close below. Also got a 10-minute close. We need to wait for a confirmed 10-minute break. You get a 10-minute close below this 507.40 zone, and the SPY is in trouble. Our 507 puts are up nicely, but I expect them to get in the money. Hey, Muad, welcome to the stream. Oil's now taking a breather. Dollar's trying to push back up. Russell's also taking a breather. Meta's curling down some more. Bitcoin's still just chugging along, coming up into this massive 53,000 pivot, psychological whole number, and a really, really big pivot high. Apple still at the lows, Microsoft curling down. Even Amazon's starting to lose steam here, guys. Amazon is starting to lose steam. All right, SPY, Q's still trying to break down. We're up on our QQQ position. We're up on our SPY position. We're flat on our coin, and we're slightly down on Bitcoin short. But again, take a look at this relative divergence. SPY is showing incredible weakness versus the Qs. Back at the lows, we're trying to get a confirmed 5-minute candle here. And SPY is breaking. SPY is breaking down here. Remember, the head and shoulders on SPY has triggered. The QQQ has not. But the head and shoulders as of now is triggering. Look at this big bearish breakdown on the S&P 500. This suggests a lot more downside today. So just be careful of this bearish pattern because it is suggesting more downside. Could this be foreshadowing potentially a poor response in the yield market? You know, the short end of the curve has a bond auction in roughly 24 minutes. So could this bearish price action or selling indicate that yields may likely move up? Time will tell, right? Time will tell. So SPY is getting that bearish breakdown in 2 minutes and 50 seconds. It confirms the breakdown on the 5-minute chart as well as the 10-minute chart. So that's a nice confirmed breakdown. 507 puts are coming into the money here, guys. Look at the QQQ selling off here. Whoa, look at that. Candle down. Thank you very much. 507 puts, guys, they're almost in the money. I'm going to secure the 0 DTEs as soon as we get in the money. Even though I think we could see more downside and we could squeeze more, I just like to secure profits when the 0 DTE plays play out. So that would be our third winning trade. Right now it's heavily in the green. Bitcoin squeezing, guys. Look at Bitcoin squeeze. Whoa. BTC USDT. Seems like the money that came out of the Qs and the S&P flowed right into crypto. It's really weird how that worked. We had a big capitulation candle in the intraday action on the Qs and SPY, and Bitcoin had a nice big pop. Nice big pop. So we're in the money on our coin, our SPY, and our Qs. Next ad level on BITI is coming up right here, guys. 1017 on BITI. Bitcoin's still heavy volume coming in. It's still trying to squeeze higher here. Guys, our S&P 500 put position is almost in the money. I'm seeing the dollar. I just added to my BITI there, guys. 1017. That's our third entry. So it brings our average down to 1022. 1022. It's 1022 average. Final entries at 1010. And Bitcoin's still in price discovery mode. It's absolutely squeezing higher here. It is squeezing higher here. Look at that monster move, though. We're now trading at a 95 RSI intraday. 10-minute chart really extended on all time frames. Look at this move, though. Wow. You know, Pan W, you're in money by 20%. I would not let that trade go against you, Ram. I would protect it. I think that there still could be some weakness in Palo Alto due to its earnings. You know, that big bearish gap down, typically funds will have to unload because it breaks a volatility range to the downside. You know, could it go up and fill the gap? Absolutely, but just don't let it go against you. Maybe pare back some profits and then leave some stops, in the money stops. That's probably the safest way to trade that. I'll pull up the Pan W chart here. Let's just see what Bitcoin does. So we'll watch the Qs. SPY still coming in. So, I mean, the daily chart, obviously, you're into this gap window. So whenever you're into a gap window, stocks love to try to push up and fill that. But there's going to be a lot of resistance in this zone. You know, you could push up to 321.66, but this is a stellar move that Pan has had back up to the high side. But I still think there could be a little bit more selling. This is a huge weekly bar. And typically, I expect that Palo Alto, should retest 226. But as of now, it's looking strong. You've recaptured, you've had a stellar bounce. Typically you see stocks trickle down a few days after earnings. This one just had that initial drop and then it's been higher ever since. So I would just protect the trade. You're kind of in the driver's seat being up. Just don't let it go against you. Let's see what else. There's a couple other comments here. Muad, I'm in a delicate situation, bro. In my nat gas long positions because of my swap charge by my broker. It's really high fees. Is this normal trading capital? How we could make profit by trading for medium and long term? Sorry, I'm not really understanding. So, delicate situation, my nat gas long positions because of the swap charge by my broker. What's the swap charge from your broker, Muad? Are you in the levered play? Are you in like Boyle? Or are you just in UNG? Or what ETF are you playing? Or what ticker are you playing in nat gas? All right, guys, I just added to BITI. I got filled at 10.09 BITI. So that brings our average down to 10.18 on BITI. All right, so we have a full position short Bitcoin, guys. We have a position in coin short. We have SPY puts that should go in the money. They're up substantially right now. And we have a QQQ short position, which are in the money. So we're rocking the 4 trades, and then we have an SMCI put option. But we're rocking basically 5 trades. We're in the driver's seat for 2 of them, waiting on Bitcoin and waiting on Coinbase to give us some sort of a little pullback, which I do think will happen at some point today. Let's go back to your question, Muad. Let me just see. So the overnight fees, the NatGas CFD spot, bro, the fees keeping the trade costs me a lot by the broker. Yeah, so I don't trade it. It sounds like, are you trading futures there, Muad? So I'm just trading, for me, the ETFs that I trade for NatGas, UNG, which is just your basic 1-to-1 for NatGas, and then I trade Boyle and KOLD if I'm shorting it. Now the levered plays obviously have decay, which you have to watch out for, but yeah, it sounds like you probably have better options. If you're trading NatGas, you could probably trade UNG, but if you're a futures trader, I really don't know what to comment there about the fees. I can't really help you there. Maybe you can contact your broker and try to renegotiate. Often traders with higher volume can negotiate some of their rates depending on who you're with. AR is offering me this rate. Are you prepared to match it, or else I'm going to pull my funds? Just a bluff. Right? Often they'll try to keep your money on their platform. All right, we are seeing some of the tech stocks break down here. Bitcoin's still holding up okay, but seeing a little bit of signs of initial distribution. Thank you. All right, guys, it's now 11:15, and I am going to hop off the mic here. I'll keep the stream going. I'll try to jump back on later, but basically I'm looking for the Qs to move down to 436.40, where I'll look to take profits. SPY, I'm still looking for a move down to 507 on the SPY. I'm looking for Bitcoin to retest this consolidation range at 52.5. I'm looking for Coinbase to retest the 180.60 zone. But on that note, I mean, we've covered quite a few winners today, and I'll be back on the stream in a little bit. You're welcome, Briston. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As of now, Bitcoin made a new 52-week high, trading at 53.4. The high was around 53.6. If we look on the daily chart of Bitcoin, you can see that it is trying to break out of this flag pattern. So this flag pattern absolutely needs to hold. If it doesn't hold, it becomes a little bit of a bearish breakdown. The resistance pivot that we're trading into is this previous little high here, as well as this little pivot high. So there is some resistance here. If you get through this, your next resistance is really going to be your 786 fib, which sits at 57.7. Seeing the VIX starting to uptick a little bit. SPY Qs are pushing up. So far, Apple's still lagging. Microsoft's still lagging. Typically, when the two largest companies are lagging the markets, it results in downside. But as of now, ooh, look at oil, guys. Oil's making another push. So that's probably going to have to cause the dollar to spike as well. Look at that nice little breakout on oil. Now above 77. This is a huge bullish reversal on oil. Still putting into the fact that this is an inverted head and shoulders developing. You're back above this key trend line. So this was your big trend line break that everyone was watching for head and shoulders. Your pivot low to your pivot to this bearish consolidation. You're back above that on the daily chart. So that's a nice bullish sign for the oil price action. And again, typically when oil is starting to break out, it forces the dollar to also try to move up and almost negate that oil price action. I am seeing the UVXY also starting to see some heavy accumulation at these lows. Can this make a red to green reversal? SPY retested the neckline of this head and shoulders. That's a clinical technical retrace. If it gets above, it negates the downside target for now, and we'll have to readjust the neckline. But if it stays underneath and puts in bearish consolidation, that's a short setup. Dollar's still trying to move up here. All right, guys, I'm going to hop off the mic for a quick moment here. I will be back a little bit later. And I do see your message there, Ram. I will take care of the GFF analysis when I'm back. Thanks for tuning in, guys. And if anything crazy with the positions happens, I will be sure to hop on or put it in the chat if I take profits or if I cover or if I sell. Thanks, guys. We'll see you in a bit. Guys, just hopping back on the mic here. We are seeing the indices sell off a little bit here. Weakness, new lows in Apple, new lows in Microsoft, new lows in Google. NVDA, Tesla, Amazon still holding up. Bitcoin, we're now in the money on that trade, in the money on our Qs, in the money on our SPY position, and in the money on coins. So all of our positions are in the driver's seat as of now. Again, I'm looking for SPY to basically head to that 407 zone where I'll take profits on the put position. So we are seeing finally potentially Bitcoin rolling over here on the chart session. VIX is still trying to push up. Oil still trying to push up. So again, every position we are in the driver's seat. So nice job taking those trades. And I am expecting more downside in the Qs and the S&P. S&P has triggered that head and shoulders. 507 target is coming into play right now, guys. 507 puts just about went in the money. They actually briefly testing this double bottom. Come on, give us a little flush. Come on, guys, give us a little flush off of these 507 levels. Don't do it to us. Getting a nice little bounce. They're trying to defend double bottom, but this is a bearish pattern that has triggered. Had one attempt at getting above. Second attempt now. They are buying it though. They're buying it right back up through NVIDIA. For a nice bearish breakdown. These puts are still printing, but I want them in the money. I still think we have a very strong chance of getting in the money. We're flat on our coin, flat on our Bitcoin, up on our Qs, up on our SPY. Again, so if we hit that 507, guys, will be closing my put options on SPY. Still holding my QQQ short as well. Hey guys, just a quick update here. So the SPY has triggered the 10-minute head and shoulders pattern here today. You do have NVDA also starting to sell off, putting more pressure on the overall QQQ market. SPY's negative, Q still positive. Russell's also the best performing indice at the moment. Microsoft's negative, Apple's negative. Look at NVIDIA selling off here. That's going to put more pressure on the Qs and the semiconductors as a whole. As of now, Bitcoin's really strong, so is Coinbase. But we're just settling into the market here. And we have seen NVIDIA starting to break down a little bit more now. 3 hours of nice sell side pressure. Let's look at the Qs. Qs are still holding up okay. It has not triggered the head and shoulders breakdown yet, but arguably very close to doing so. If you're using this as your neckline, you have triggered, but if you're using this as your proper neckline, then you haven't. But we are seeing more sell side pressure coming into play. We took profits on our SPY 507 puts. We also took profits on our QQQ short off of this dip.